Peace, love, and prosperity to all of humanity on planet Earth. This is Abdul Smith Al-Kabir, Sultan of the Empire of Morocco, the legitimate and reigning sovereign of the Moorish Empire, as distinguished from Tumbleweed of Ampac 2.0, the fraudulent Sultan known as Kendon Bey under a coup d'etat and a subsequent so-called quote-unquote special elections. It's all corrupt. There's absolute corruption taking place on that end. Do your research. Do the backstory. We've got the information available for you to do your research. Today, we'll be discussing a very important topic as it relates to our people. What we're looking at is naturalization versus repatriation. We were pulled out of our natural identity. Perhaps we were, well, I could be speaking out of turn here. We weren't necessarily pulled out of it. There's cases in which we sought after it. So no one went into Moroccan jurisdiction and said, all of you Moors, get over here. You're going to turn into black people now. And then it just went, everyone just went along with the go along. That's not how it works. It's kind of like how they tell that story about the transatlantic slave trade, where they just went over to Africa and they just said, come over here. You're going to do labor in America for us, right? Neither happened. The naturalization happened because we started to undermine the empire. We sought protections from the Europeans, partially because we didn't want to pay no taxes to the empire, and amongst other reasons, which means we have undermined our own empire. That's just a group, a segment of us. Another group, another segment of us started our own governments. Lenny Lenape and all these tribes and all these things. Maybe even the uh, Articles of Confederation. I don't know. Moors were the ones who started that government, which then became the United States. So who were the presidents, or at least give me one name for one of the presidents, black presidents, so-called, of the Articles of Confederation? Anyone can come off mute and tell me?
John Hanson.
Right. See, he was a Moor. So why didn't we just continue to cultivate our own country, our own empire? I don't know, but we certainly ended up under naturalization. So let's take a look at a brief timeline real quick. So, and we went over this before. So a lot of these classes are pretty redundant. So the information circles around the same thing because the redundancy is necessary so that it can register in the minds of the people, keeping in mind, considering that this is new information for our people. So it needs to be recycled and repeated so as to get it to stick. This is international law and law as a whole. Statehood, political science. These are areas that we hadn't been too hip to, if you will. You've never taken the time to dissect and analyze and study that particular field of study. Instead, we would read books, literature. While there's nothing wrong with literature, it's still based on the interpretation of the author and his primary source information, whatever he interprets is what he is giving you in that book, which could be incorrect. Furthermore, literature is not enforceable in law. You can take a book or a Bible or a divine book or anything like that into court as a law that you can stand on. Mostly it's because it's too vague, left up to interpretation. Whereas law is black and white. Either it is or it's not. Either you did it or you did it or you didn't. Either you're naturalized or you're not. There is no in between. Either you're naturalized or you're not. So we'll take a look at a timeline of laws, United States laws that were enacted since 1790. So what do we have here? The Nationality Act of 1790. This was the first law to define eligibility for citizenship by naturalization. Moors, remember I told you about that. This is the reference point. The first Naturalization Act was in 1790. The first law, and established standards and procedures by which immigrants became U.S. citizens. In this early version, Congress limited this important right to free white persons. That's very interesting. Does anybody want to tell me who are the free white persons? I know y'all ain't gonna stay quiet and these are Moors on this call. Y'all don't know who the free white person? Y'all never heard of the free white persons?
I've heard of them,
The
and
Whittemore.
I think they were the ones that came over on the ships. Because we didn't. I can't remember how it went. I'm sorry.
Anyone want to take a shot at it?
Say it was the foreigner,
What was that?
the foreigners. So I remember that
No,
definition.
yeah.
You said the Caucasian race is not a free white person.
I believe we were labeled free white people until they changed it, I think.
Let's pull up the Black's Law Dictionary, or is it right here? Let's see. Calameo. Uh, mm, let's see here. Uh, Free white persons. Where Calameo is hard to navigate. There you go. See it right there. Someone read that definition for me, please.
Uh, Free white persons referred to in the Naturalization Act as amended by Act July 14th, 1870, has meaning naturally given to it when first used in the first statute 103, chapter 3, meaning all persons belonging to the European races, then commonly counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated. Yeah, so the foreigners.
Continue.
It includes all European Jews, more or less intermixed with peoples of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent.
Pause right there. This is this is
I give
oh
it.
man.
Yeah,
These folks are something else with the way they
walk time.
okay, so European Jews, Moors, That's why I said it's more or less intermixed. Celtic people, Moors, Scandinavians, Moors, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin. The original Greeks were Moors. But then you throw in Slavic descendants. Really? Who are the real slaves?
Slavics.
Slavics.
So we can't put them in the same category because the Slavics are not free white persons, are they?
They the ones that came over on the boat.
The nonsense of these people. It includes, continue.
It includes all European Jews, more
No,
or
no,
less
no, 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 the other
from
one
where
where
I
you
left
was
off.
at.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
It includes Magyars, Lapps and Finns, and the Basque and Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal, the mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician, and North African inhabitants of Sicily, and the mixed Slav and Tartar inhabitants of South Russia. It does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic,
Semitic.
Semitic,
Semitic.
Semitic and Mongolian peoples who inhabit Persia. A Syrian of Asiatic birth and descent will not be entitled to become a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person.
You can
Exporte
stop there.
Shahi
You can stop
Islam.
right there. These people. So a Syrian of Asiatic birth. If someone is Asiatic, then what are they?
Moorish,
Mhm.
Moroccan. So they really they said they can't be free white persons. Then they threw them in and said they could.
It's they fork tonguing here. It's a mishmash.
Yeah,
Because the Slavics are not. They're the pale white people. Everyone else other than that are sorry. This I can't. It's hard to. This is Calameo. When you touch Calameo, it moves all over the place. When you touch the screen or the mouse. So a free white person is referred to in Naturalization Act. Okay, that's the sorry. This Nationality Act of 1790. This was the first law to define eligibility for citizenship by naturalization and establish standards and procedures by which immigrants became U.S. citizens. Immigrants. But something is very curious about this read here. Congress limited this important right to free white persons. Who who started this government? White people or black people?
Black. Moroccan.
They started the United States. I'm talking about the United States.
People of color.
Because when you look at things on from the historical perspective based on what we were taught, George Washington is a white dude. Allegedly. But I've seen presentations where they have made the claim that he was actually a Moor. So when we read this stuff here and we look at free white persons, and it says Congress limited this important right to free white persons. Again, who are the free white persons? Basically everyone but the Caucasians. Oh, so Caucasians can't be naturalized? I'm confused. Are y'all confused? You see how we've been miseducated? This is why the Moorish Americans keep pushing a narrative that the United States of America, the de jure United States of America, is our government. Okay. If you want to make that claim, I hear you. But are you going to disregard the Empire of Morocco because that's your government as well? Oh, so then fine. Let's say both of them have found its origin with the Moors. The United States was started by the Moors, and obviously the empire was started by the Moors. Okay, so then which of those two entities has sovereign authority over the other? I'm listening.
The Moors, the empire do. We do.
Well, not the Moors. Both of them got started by the Moors.
Yeah,
So therefore, then what you're saying is that the empire has authority over the United States.
right.
So, well, then if that's the case, I think your choice is pretty easy. If you had to choose between one or the other, which one would you go with?
The empire.
Anyone else? Anyone else agrees with that assertion?
Yes, sir.
I agree.
So you would rather go with the empire rather than the United States? You know what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Or you'd rather go with the United States over the empire?
No, the
I'd
empire.
rather go with the empire.
Hmm. Well, again, the free white person is referred to in Naturalization Act as amended by Act July 14, 1870. So that's the other Naturalization Act. So you have two naturalizations. One is the nationality, which is 1790. The other one is the Naturalization Act of 1870. We'll look into that. We'll touch on that. Has meaning naturally given to it when first used in 1 Stat 103, Chapter 3, meaning all persons belonging to the European races. All persons belonging to the European races. They cause a world of confusion here. So what are the European races?
Well, from my understanding, the first Europeans were Moors. Uh,
Hmm.
so uh, I guess since then the Europeans got transferred over to the white folks some kind of way.
Hmm. So let's
That
take a look at some of these European families, shall we? As an example, let's just look at this coat of arms. What happened? Let's look at this one. Black. You see what that say right there?
family crest of Brockwood.
No. Look at my cursor.
Oh, Black Britain.
Hmm. That's what the original Brits look like.
Yep,
That would be European, wouldn't it?
yep.
Look at this one. Okay. So I'm just showing you the black nobility of Spain, of Europe, of what the Europeans look like. These are the crests. Let me go up again. In fact, let me close this here. These are the family crests.
What
Here's
it
one.
appears, what it appears to me is okay. When the Europeans first were black. Okay, so now when the when the power was being transferred, I guess you say, uh, the whites took on the European name and made it look like they were the powers from the past.
Um, perhaps. Well, this is TikTok. I'm not trying to go to TikTok. I'm just all I'm doing here is trying to show these crests. So you can see these black faces. This is Germany. You see it says Germany down here?
Yeah, black
Black people. That's the European, no, that's the European, the true European nobility.
or black.
So these are the current descendants. That's the hidden hand. Anyone has ever seen Pope Francis coat of arms?
No.
Oh God. Okay. Pope Francis crest. Well, it was on there. What up? There it is. Crest. Um, I want to look for the picture where he was sitting. There's a picture of him sitting right below it. Uh, is it Pope Francis? No, it's not Pope Francis. It is not Pope Francis. What is that other pope that looked like the Grinch? You guys recall the pope that looked like the Grinch? Um, hmm, you guys don't recall his name?
No, I don't.
Let me say Pope Press with Francing Moore, because that was the name of that Moore, Francing Moore. I forgot the name of that this one right here. Benedict. I think it's Benedict Pope right here. This is the picture I'm looking for. Pope Benedict right here. That's Pope Benedict, the one that looked like the Grinch from Christmas. Does anyone recall what I'm talking about? Do y'all know what? Y'all know who I'm talking about?
No, I don't know any of the popes.
Yeah, nah.
Anyone else? No. Man, y'all got to keep up with times. Okay. So you see this right here?
That's a black person.
Some more with a crown and a gold hoop earring.
Earring. Yep.
The story goes that the family of the white family member was out hunting and he had his slave uh uh I guess you could call him like he had his slave out there, which was this guy, who was like his spotter, if you will. And a bear came out to attack the slave master, and the Moor killed the bear, and so in honor of him, he put him on the crest.
That's bull crap.
That's the story surrounding the Francing Moor.
That's
But this
bull
is
crap.
Pope I forget his name. It should be Benedict. I think it's Pope Benedict. At any rate, that's not the point. What I'm trying to show you here is what they're saying here. Where were we? Uh, limited this important right to the free white persons. And then the Black's Law Dictionary says that the free white persons are of European descent. European races, then commonly counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated with an E. So that's just telling me that the Moors have been coming and going to and fro, but they have us believing and thinking that the Europeans are white. And I just showed you that they're Moorish. Yes or no? Did I not just show that?
Sure it is.
Yes.
So then we're talking about a law that came down from Congress, in which it says, let's go to a deeper read regarding Right here, Naturalization, Nationality Act of 1790. Someone read this for me, please.
Congress first defined eligibility for citizenship by naturalization in this law and limited this important right to free white persons. In practice, only white male property owners could naturalize and acquire the status of citizens, whereas women, non-white persons, and indentured servants could not.
So then
Excess
now the question, hold on real quick. Now, so now the question is this in alignment with the definition of free white persons?
no, it's not.
Not at all.
No.
Congress first defined eligibility for citizenship by naturalization in this law and limited this important right to free white persons. In practice, only white male property owners could naturalize and acquire the status of citizens. Those are the Caucasians. It says here, right? It does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races. Indo-European, not ancient European. Yet this this says that this is not it. Where is it? Right here. This is saying what? That in practice, only white male property owners can naturalize and acquire the status of citizens. Who was running this country for real in 1790? So when you say, okay,
Just a minute. Somebody ringing my doorbell. Hold on.
so this is the hidden hand. This is the hidden hand behind the scenes. Who is the hidden hand behind the scenes? There's more up here. This guy down here is a Mameluke. Is anyone following what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Islam.
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 That's Jay-Z up there with the gold ring, earring.
Not even. He said Jay-Z. That's you giving him too much credit. Because Jay-Z in today's age, he's a super Mameluke.
Not the one down, but the one up there with the more with the gold earring.
I know, but that would be the man up here with the earring is the man behind the scenes. Jay-Z is not the man behind the scenes. That's my point.
He speak about the hidden hand though.
He works. Jay-Z is not the hidden hand though. That's a horrible example. Jay-Z is their little puppet, bro. I'm
Yeah,
talking
he's a
about the ones
puppet.
who pulling this. Huh?
He's a puppet.
Yeah. So I'm talking about this man here with the crown is who pulled the strings. So this is not Jay-Z. Jay-Z is below this guy. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. This up here, this crest
I
and
get
this
it.
more
Mm-hmm.
is the hidden hand. Remember, I told you
Got
we're
you.
we're we're stuck in between. We're in a sandwich. That's the hidden hand. This is the Mameluke. This is
Mm,
Trump. This is Macron. And
the-
Jay-Z represents black people, the
mhm.
ones on the other end. You follow what I'm saying?
Indeed.
Right.
Eh,
We're not pulling the strings behind the scenes. Where we're the ones who the strings are being pulled on through these types. The Pope, the white Pope. Because remember, there's a black Pope, yes or no?
Yeah, there's a black pope.
Okay. So what are we really talking about here with the Nationalization or Nationality Act of 1790, which allows for only the white male property owners to be naturalized? It doesn't line up. Access to citizenship will become more expansive over time, although the racial restriction was not eliminated entirely until 1952. This law produced the legal category of aliens eligible for citizenship, which largely affected Asian immigrants and limited their rights as non-citizens to key realms of life in the United States, such as property ownership, representation in courts, public employment, and voting. They assimilated the Asians. Source: United States Congress, an act to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. So, what I was telling y'all about that first 1790 Nationality or Naturalization Act, which is essentially the same. Naturalization is the same as nationality because you're acquiring a national identity through or by means of naturalization. So I was saying that was set up for those who came after the first original descendants of those people who established the United States. You guys recall that conversation? Maybe not. At any rate, you guys never remember the conversations or the breakdown.
Islam.
At any rate, this is the reference point for that, right? Um, but but now you have to identify who really is who. There's confusion here. And you see, the confusion is based in the color caste system, treating people like crayons. And also the fact that the United States is not an indigenous country here. It doesn't have an indigenous character. That's why it's a melting pot of so many different nationalities, and they achieve or acquire the nationality by way of naturalization. Not, as an example, you are born a Moor by uh, culture, by ancestry, by history, by historical accounts. You're born a Moor. Politically and legally speaking, from a political standpoint, you're born a U.S. citizen because you were born in U.S. jurisdiction. But if you was born in Moroccan jurisdiction, you automatically are a Moor. So what I'm saying is that was set up. Okay, so you got this brand new country here now. It's called the United States, and all these so-called Europeans wanted to be a part of the United States, so they had to assimilate them into the so-called newly established American fabric. They did that by way of naturalization. Does anyone follow what I'm saying? Am I clear? Do you have any questions on what I said? I need to give further clarity.
No, sir, you're clear.
Okay.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
So it's not an indigenous country. You're this is what the 14th Amendment birthright citizenship is arguing, by the way, and we'll get into that. As an example, if the Empire of Morocco was already in in full force and effect, already 20 years into it, anyone anyone born within the jurisdiction would just be born as you're just a Moroccan, you're a Moor. It's a Moorish country. It's a Chinese country. It's a Persian country or Turkish country or Iranian country, or it's a Brazilian country. So therefore the people are Brazilian. It's not an American country. You follow what I'm saying? America is a foreign entity, a foreign corporation at that,
Exactly.
who is operating within the territorial jurisdiction of Morocco.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so the American nationality, so called, is not an indigenous native nationality. You follow what I'm saying now?
Yep.
So therefore, people have to be naturalized to
Mhm.
become Americans, and the Moors were naturalized to become Americans. And what we need to do is to repatriate back to Morocco to become Moroccans again. So the first naturalization nationality act was in 1790. So then fast forward, let's go back to the timeline. Then you have your Alien and Sedition Act. AG, are you on? Prime, you on. So it's called the Alien and Sedition Act of 1798. We need to download that, study it, copy, paste, plug and play, and write up an act dealing with sedition. Right or wrong, Prime? Do you agree?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So the Empire of Morocco is not the only country that had to deal with sedition.
Right.
So some sort of seditious activity happened in this time period, and the United States had to say, okay, no more of that, and they enacted a law
On the
to
entry.
put an end to any seditious activities. Go ahead.
We got a Zoom user in the chat.
It's okay. It's an open discussion class. It's different than the uh town hall meetings. That's more private. This is open to any and all. It doesn't matter who it is. It's all good. Appreciate the heads up though. Okay, so then as we continue down the timeline, 1803, what that say?
Ban on importation of any Negro, mulatto, or other persons of color. 1803, effective 1808. The
Mm-hmm.
Haitian Revolution led Congress to ban immigrations by free blacks to contain anti-slavery campaigners.
Campaigners. So
Campaigners.
people were campaigning for anti-slavery. So they banned what they say, free blacks.
Mhm.
So are they saying that the Haitians were free blacks
Man.
and that the Negro over here were enslaved blacks in 1803?
Mm.
Come on now. Indian Removal Act, 1830. Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, 1848. That's for the Mexicans. In the settlement of the Mexican-American War, this treaty formalized the United States annexation of a major portion of northern Mexico, El Norte, which means the north, and conferred citizenship on Mexicans choosing to remain in the territory. So they automatically became naturalized as United States citizens if you remained in California. That's the El Norte. So California, Arizona, New Mexico, all that right there, those are those territories that was referred to as El Norte or the north side of Mexico. So those Mexicans who were in that territory during the signing of that treaty after I believe a year, 365 days, automatically became naturalized as American citizens. In case y'all didn't know that. Passenger cases, People versus Hall, 1854. Okay, now, what do we have here next? Read that for me, brother.
For the 1857 one, Dred Scott versus Sanford, 1857. This Supreme Court ruling established that slaves and free African Americans were not citizens of the U.S. and were not entitled to the rights and privileges of citizenship, such as the right to sue in federal court.
Mm-hmm. Because you're not a citizen. But imagine that.
Hmm.
What does it say?
Slaves and free Africans.
Mm-hmm. So you had so-called slaves and free Africans all at the same time.
Right.
This is a hock of crap because never were slaves.
Prisoners of war.
We are prisoners of war. So the Supreme Court. So let's look at what. Let's go further into this read. And by the way, this is the immigrationhistory.org website. Immigrationhistory.org. Dred Scott, an African American man, attempted to sue and he's not an African American man. He's not an African American man.
Nope.
Dred Scott, an African American man, attempted to sue in court for his freedom from slavery. The case was dismissed on procedural grounds because a majority of the Supreme Court held that a Negro whose ancestors were imported into the U.S. really and sold as slaves and we have Black authors. Again, this is why literature is BS. We have Black authors. Alex Haley is an example that pushed that narrative. There were some product that was imported, import exports, were some product like computer chips or something that was imported from Africa and put to slavery. Do you know the logistics of transporting millions of people from Africa across the Atlantic Ocean to the so you come from Europe, you get here, you say there's nothing here. It's vast lands of nothing. Don't forget the um the fairs. What do you call them? The fairs. What fairs am I talking about? You know what I'm talking about. The like the St. Louis, the
World
World's Fair.
fairs, world fairs.
Don't forget that the World Fair that we had a World Fair with all these huge, beautiful, majestic buildings. Nevertheless, the story is they came here, nothing was here, just teepee tents and Indians in loincloths. Nothing was here, just vast lands of nothing. So you come all the way over here only to find out that there's nothing here. And then you say, okay, well, then now we got to go way back we got to go to Africa, way to Africa to grab all these people and then bring them all over here. Really? It sounds like a logistical nightmare. And it's not even feasible for you to just transport millions of people across the Atlantic Ocean. But this is what was pumped in our heads. Who pumped this in our heads more than anyone else? Our own people.
Own people.
We weren't imported here and sold as slaves. At any rate, whether enslaved or free, could not be an American citizen and therefore did not have standing to sue in federal court. This case further clarified the limited rights of non-citizens in U.S. courts. The Dred Scott decision was later nullified by the 13th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution, enacted after the end of the Civil War. Why or how did the 13th and 14th Amendment nullify the non-citizen argument? Why did the 13th and 14th Amendment nullify the non-citizen in U.S. argument? I can hear the Jeopardy music playing in the background.
I would say at that point in time, we already acquiesced.
No, 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 no. Going down the wrong path. Think about it, Morris. What did the 14th Amendment do?
And make us United States citizens.
There you go. So then now I'm going to ask again. How did the 13th and 14th Amendment nullify the non-citizen status of Black people in America?
It nullifies it because it make us U.S. citizens.
There you go. Simple as that. It made us U.S. citizens. Um, so they're saying that this is all canvas, and this is the sources from where the information comes from. We're not going to go too deep into that because there's so much more to cover. Again, this is immigrationhistory.org. You could always go on there and do some research, and you'll find a lot of important information regarding the United States and even us, regarding naturalization and our repatriation that we need to accomplish. So this is incorrect. They're not. They're omitting information. They're confining their remarks in an attempt to bamboozle us, and they did. So what they're saying is that he is unable to sue because he's not a U.S. citizen. Am I right or am I wrong?
That's
Correct.
correct.
Okay. Well, then tell me who and what his nationality was then. Oh, let's talk about that part.
Moroccan.
If he's not a U.S. citizen, then what he's a citizen of?
Morocco.
Mm-hmm. That's the reason why he was found as a plaintiff in error.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because you was using the wrong venue. You're not a U.S. citizen. You shouldn't be using the United States tribunals. You're supposed to be using the courts of Morocco. In this case, it's a dispute. It's a dispute between America and a Moroccan. So then, if that's the case, what court presides?
Consular court.
Court.
If it was a Moroccan on Moroccan dispute, what court presides?
Consular court.
If it's a Moroccan on Moroccan dispute, which court presides?
Okay.
Moroccan.
Sharifian court.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Sharifian. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Or according to the Constitution, what is it called?
Oh shit! They
What is it called according to the Constitution? It's not Sharifian court.
Supreme
Oh,
Court.
there you go. Islam, Your
yeah.
Excellency. That's what they failed to tell him. See, it's not even a matter of some free white person, free person. No, no, no. He's a Moroccan. It says here free versus slave, free black people versus enslaved Negroes. No, they're Moroccans, or subjects of Morocco. Lots of misinformation. So when your child has to do a research paper on Dred Scott, he's not going to get the full truth, is he?
No.
Mm-hmm. And he's not even going to know to ask, well, if he wasn't an American U.S. citizen, then, which by the way, American and U.S. citizen is all the same. Don't get it twisted, Morris. So if he's not American or U.S. citizen, then what was his identity? You see, no one asked that question. Where did he come? What's his country? Y'all ever notice that they generalize, oh, you're just from Africa, you don't say a specific country? Oh, it's just Africa, somewhere in Africa. So if a child asks that question, then they'll say, "Oh, well, he's from Africa. He's African." Yeah, but what country? Where? Because Africa is a continent. You got to, you see how you got to drill down to the nitty gritty. You got to take them from the macro. They keep it vague on the macro level. You got to bring them to the micro. Let's be detailed here. What country? So then you have people like Chris Tucker and others who go do their genealogy, whatever, to find out where from Africa they're from. The whole time you're from right over here. And it's because of our own Negro leaders who keep teaching us foolishness. And there's varying degrees of it.
Yes, sir.
So what happens? So 1857, we have the Dred Scott case. It was determined that He was not a citizen. Fair enough. Who else said that? Here goes my problems with this.
Mhm.
There we go. That's not what it was supposed to do, but that's good enough. Who else said that? Who else said that we weren't citizens?
Mr. Philippe Charles d'Affaires.
Mm-hmm.
To Mr. Root, you want me to read it out?
Yep.
To Mr. Root, Secretary of State, August 3rd, 1906. American Legation, Tangier, August 3rd, 1906.
And we're
Sir,
being redundant. We've read this 1,000 times.
yeah, we have.
Continue, brother.
Sir, they are strictly speaking to Moroccan laws relating to citizens, ship to Moorish subjects. No, ship of Moorish subjects in
Citizenship
Morocco.
of our subjects.
Citizenship, yeah.
Yeah.
Of Moorish subjects in Morocco. The fundamental laws of this non Christian country are based entirely upon the Islamic code, no part of which treats of with threats of
No, not threats, which knowledge of which
streets.
streets of the subject of citizenship.
Indeed.
Period.
Hmm.
So he told us this in 1906. Going back. So in 1857, which was previous to, they're telling their Dred Scott, "Oh, you're not a citizen,
Wow.
so you can't sue in this court. You're a plaintiff in error." Okay, cool. Well, then, Your Honor, you see, this is where Dred Scott comes in. Knowledge of self, or really lack thereof, but essentially common sense. Okay, well, Your Honor, I hear you. So I'm not a citizen of this country? No, sir. So therefore, you cannot sue. Oh, I wasn't aware of that. That's unfortunate. Well, then what is my citizenship? What is the proper venue, sir? Your Honor, could you tell me what's the proper venue so that I can take my grievances to that proper venue? Did Dred Scott ask that question? Probably not.
Yeah, probably. But we don't
Because
see
if
the
he asked that question, they would have probably been compelled to tell them the proper answer. Good question, sir. You got to go to Morocco. Anyone ever seen the Bugs Bunny cartoon where there was a red plaque on the wall and it says for leasing, contact Morocco with a phone number? Oh man.
That's deep. I would like to say I've seen that through my childhood, but I can't confirm it. So I
Bugs Bunny, um, for lease, contact Morocco. Right here. Well, I didn't mean to pull up no video. I just wanted to pull up the image. Might be an image. This was literally in the cartoon. Oh, this is Instagram. Oh man. I just want the image. Can I just get the image, please? But you see the image? Where else can I see it without pulling up a social media platform? Like right here. You see where it says Morocco up under here? Y'all see what I'm saying? I need some feedback so I know that you guys are hearing me and you following along with what I'm saying.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
see
Yes,
that.
see.
Thank
I
Yeah,
you.
see it.
Thank
indeed.
you.
Long.
Gratitude.
Right? Or
About
leave.
Moorish history in 1950. Bugs Bunny told
That's
you
what I'm
about
saying.
Moorish history in 1955.
So that's what I'm saying. So you would have had to say to Dred Scott, sir, you'd have to contact Morocco. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why that came up about Bugs Bunny. Because if Dred Scott would have asked the proper questions, well, then what's the proper venue, sir? You need to contact Morocco.
Okay.
He's
18,
compelled to at least tell him that. Now he might say, "How do I do that?" The judge may not have to do that. Might have to tell, "Oh, that's all you, sir. You got to do your own research, but you need to contact Morocco." Well, why do I need to contact Morocco? Because you're a Moroccan
uh,
who's trapped in our jurisdiction as a stateless person.
yeah, we in prison and we got to go to the law library.
And so now you see here, so Dred Scott. So then now we move on from 1857 to 1862, act to prohibit the coolie trade, Emancipation Proclamation, right? The Abraham Lincoln's executive order, 1863, Immigration Act of 1864, in 1864,
So
Burlingame Treaty of
it's bad.
1868, and then what else? We got the 14th Amendment. So between 1857 and 1868, by 1868, they said, oh, well, bring them, we need to legally bring them into our jurisdiction under the 14th Amendment. So I'm here. Someone read that for me, please.
Who gonna read?
Oh, go ahead. Ratified in 1868 to secure equal treatment for African Americans after the end of slavery. The 14th Amendment also provided key rights for immigrants and their families, such as birthright citizenship.
Pause right there.
I knew you were going to have me pause there. That's what Trump is doing.
Isn't that what the argument has been in the United States?
Yep.
Then some of the Moors asked about someone. I think Larry asked about birthright citizenship.
Yes, it was.
And who did it? Who did I tell y'all they had to deal with? The descendants of the African, the children of that, the descendants of the African American slaves.
Mhm.
I don't blame
By,
you. Oh,
by
too.
birth, uh, Malika, you gotta mute yourself, good brother. By birth, right? Since the 14th Amendment was enacted, by birth you establish your citizenship. Continue reading, bro.
Equal protection and due process. The Supreme Court has interpreted the 14th Amendment to extend birthright citizenship to all persons born in the United States.
Pause right there. Pause right there. Um, everything surrounds everything surrounds us.
Mhm.
Every benefit that every other group of people get is because of us. This is what Trump was arguing. The evil Trump, the Adolf Hitler Trump, the racist Trump, the worst president on planet Earth that the United States has ever seen. No one has went to argue for you about your birthright citizenship though. What is the point that I'm making? Everyone else is eating off of your labor, what was given to you. Now, I'm not glorifying what was given to you, but it is indeed supposed to be only for you. But then the court rules or interpreted that the 14th Amendment extended birthright citizenship to all persons. So it extends not just for African Americans, because that's who it was for.
Right.
Suddenly now it extends to all persons born in the United States. But that was supposed to be just for black people though. Why they share why everything that's done for black people gets shared to everyone else?
Because we don't stand up for who we are.
That's one reason. Secondarily is because you ain't nothing but a adopted child. Don't care
Mhm.
nothing about you. So then it goes on to say, um, and that's protection against discrimination based on categories such as race, class, and gender for legal residents. Starting in the 1890s, however, courts have ruled that the federal government's sovereign and plenary power over immigration can supersede these civil rights protections, such as in cases involving ex, excludable aliens and Rashid, you gotta mute yourself. You gotta mute yourself, Rashid.
Oh, pardon me.
Such as in cases involving excludable aliens and unauthorized immigrants whose immigration related situations are handled through the immigration bureaucracy and courts, not based on the 14th Amendment. So, what was Trump's argument? Did anyone tell me what Trump's argument was that made him the devil? That's what I don't understand our people. What was his argument regarding the birthright citizenship that everyone got into an uproar about? Okay.
He just want immigrants. He didn't want it to pertain to immigrants. He wanted it strictly for the blacks. He wanted it.
That's basically what his argument was. Those Mexicans, that's not, they're taking advantage of the 14th Amendment that was only for Africans. I know that hustle. I come from that background. I've been around those people. I've been around immigrant families. And they've come in illegally, have babies, and then the babies automatically get the citizenship. That's the hustle. Trump, like, we stopping that. This is only for African Americans. And he's the devil. Because the media manipulated the narrative. And media propaganda brainwashes people. But in all actuality, he's saying this is for only black people. This isn't for Mexicans. This isn't for Nigerians. Excuse me. This isn't for Haitians. So it wasn't even limited to Mexicans. It's anyone who comes in illegally to extend birthright citizenship to their children upon birth once they're here illegally. Does anyone understand what I'm saying? Am I clear?
Yeah, that makes total sense, man. Thank you for bridging the gap for me.
That's what that was all about. I'm not saying that he's looking out for us and he's great and all that, but I'm just saying it's like, how does that make him the devil? How does that make him racist? Oh, man, you really gotta learn to use your own discernment and stop just going along with what the TV say. Can somebody tell me what's the acronym of TV?
Tell lies visually.
It's telling lies to your vision, and you just keep falling for it every time. Oh, George Floyd. But the man couldn't breathe for 9 minutes. That makes him Aquaman. Since when that's normal? Can't you see something wrong in certain things? And you know what? Whatever. People are who they are. I'm just not that one. I'm just not the one. I've been a black sheep my whole life. I think for myself. I'm not gonna let the media or a million people can say the same thing. I don't care. What makes sense? A million people cannot convince me that a plane knocked down the Twin Towers. I'm sorry. The rest of y'all can roll along with that narrative. I choose not to. I choose to use my own discernment, my own intelligence to say, that doesn't make sense. And regardless on how many times the media promotes it, and regardless on how many millions of people say it still doesn't make sense. Same thing with the coup d'etat. I don't care if you put a million women before me to say that I did something. If it's a lie, it's a lie. The truth and lies has no gender. So the whole playbook of using the matriarchs against me is nonsensical, irrelevant, and it has no standing. Not with me, because I don't care about gender. And I don't care about age, elders, and all this stuff. I don't care about your age, your nationality. I would work with a white person before I work with a black person. if that white person demonstrates a solid character versus a J Bay type. It's about character, not your gender, not your age. I'll say it again. It's all about your character. Are you telling the truth or are you bold-faced lying? And all those women, all five of them, including the peddling judge who presided over the case, they all were lying based on a script delivered to them by the seditious and treasonous Willie O'Neill, i.e. J. Bank, the Fed. We have to use our own heads. Use your intelligence. Do your own research. Don't get swayed by media propaganda. So this is what the birthright citizenship thing was all about. And this is what the 14th Amendment was all about, or came to be soon after the Dred Scott case. To make us what? What were they trying to do? What did they not try? What did they do when they enacted the 14th Amendment? What did they do? Because remember, go ahead.
Make us citizens.
Yes, but then what did that do? Ultimately, what did that do? Making us citizens allowed them to do what?
Take our citizenship away.
Okay.
Into subjects.
Naturalized.
Okay. And what did that lead to?
That we had no rights. We had no privileges.
Denationalization.
We were second-class citizens, not citizens.
Yeah. All that is correct, but it's not the answer I'm looking for. It put us under their jurisdiction. It put us under their jurisdiction. So now the courts have authority over you, whereas previous to, the courts didn't have authority over you. You see? So what is it that we're seeking to do with decolonization? Anyone want to tell me?
Basically, have authority over ourselves, to have authority over them. Have our courts reign supreme.
Okay, there you go. That's the answer. The courts, our court, so our courts has to take over the jurisdiction.
Right.
A transfer of power has to take place.
Yep.
Moving on. So then we have, right after the 14th Amendment of 1868, they came with the 1870 Naturalization Act. The Naturalization Act of 1870 explicitly extended naturalization rights and rights already enjoyed by white immigrants. White immigrants.
Right.
All the white people are immigrants. Don't act like some of you are indigenous and others are you're all immigrants. None of you are indigenous or natives. Okay, enjoyed by white immigrants to aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. You see that? Thus denying access to the rights and protections of citizenship to other non-white immigrant groups. Thus denying access to the rights and protections of citizenship to other non-white immigrant groups. Again, Trump is saying, what's up with these Mexicans and anyone, it's not just Mexicans, I'm just using that, anyone who's a foreigner. I saw ICE snatch up a Haitian, okay? So, what are all these people doing here under these laws? When these laws were actually for the Black Americans. So, wouldn't Mexicans, Nicaraguans, or whatever be non-white immigrant groups?
Yep. Non-white.
You see how it further ties into Trump's argument? I'm not protecting or defending the dude. All I'm saying is, it is what it is, and it's not what it's not. And that's not a racist argument, so why are you telling me that? That's actually an honorable argument. He's looking out for your civil rights that was given to you, that you've been enjoying. Because in all actuality, it's better for you to be a citizen of a country than to be stateless all across the board. You came under protections. They gave you protections. See, that's the part that you got to recognize. Before that, you didn't have any protections. Primarily because of your lack of knowledge of self. Your protections really came from Morocco. But you thought that you came from Africa. Hence why they say African nativity, aliens of African nativity. So what does it say? Somebody read that for me, please.
Summary. The Naturalization Act of 1870 explicitly extended naturalization rights to all aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent, while denying the right to all other groups of non-whites, particularly Asians. This law promoted integration and equality for African Americans, but maintained racial distinctions that denied naturalization rights and access to citizenship to Asians and other non-white immigrants.
If you fast forward that to today, you will take off Asian and you will probably put Mexican.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly in the 1870s, Asians was doing what the Mexicans were doing.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a key takeaway here. I want to know if anyone picked up on it. What is one of the most key factors in what was stated in this paragraph as it relates to Resolution 1541?
Integration and
Thank you.
I was looking at that too. This law
Thank
promotes
you.
integration.
Thank you very much, sister. The law promoted integration and equality for African Americans. So we have been integrated since 1870.
Mm-hmm.
So then the question is, out of the three statuses, integration, free association, and sovereignty and independence, we already know that one of them is automatically off the table. Which one is that? Automatically.
Free association.
Oh, God.
Integration.
Yeah, and integration, yeah, as well,
integration.
yeah.
Y'all kidding.
Yeah.
Integration off top, because we're already
Off
in the
top.
status of that.
Right,
We're already in that status. So there's like, it's null and void.
right.
Now you got to look into the other two, free association and sovereignty and independence. And then now you got to determine which one is best for you. And we already know which one is best for us, which is sovereignty and
Sovereignty and
independence.
independence.
Discussion questions for an example. Why did naturalization rights need to be extended to African immigrants? Anyone want to answer that?
We were stateless.
Okay. How does naturalization promote the right and protections of immigrant communities? Okay, so what is the key word here? Protections. Remember what I was just telling you? See, nationality, citizenship offers protections. Give you an example. Was that basketball player Brittany Griner? Y'all remember Brittany Griner?
Oh yeah, the lady, yeah.
Remember she went to jail in Russia?
In Russia, yes.
Yeah.
If she was stateless, she'll be stuck like Chuck, wouldn't she?
Yeah. Yeah,
She was a
protection.
U.S. citizen, though, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yes, she was.
Protection.
Who worked to bring her home?
United,
The United States.
yeah, United States state.
Is she home now?
Yes, she is.
That's what's called protections. That's a perfect example of protections. Now, you can distinguish that from the treatment bestowed upon you internally, but you still get protections. If some foreign entity come and snatch you up and take you to their country, the United States has a fiduciary duty to go free you. That's another example of protections. What impact do you think denying naturalization rights had on Asian immigrants? What y'all think? What's your thoughts?
They could monopolize
Right?
like they doing.
Correct. Good answer. So what does it say here? Source: an act to amend the naturalization laws and to punish crimes against the same and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that in all cases where any oath, affirmation, or affidavit shall be made or taken under or by virtue of any act or law relating to the naturalization of aliens, or in any proceedings under such acts or laws, and any person or persons taking or making such oath, affirmation, or affidavit shall knowingly swear or affirm falsely, the same shall be deemed and taken to be perjury, and the person or persons guilty thereof shall, upon conviction thereof, be sentenced to imprisonment to a term not exceeding 5 years and not less than 1 year, and to a fine not exceeding $1,000. I'm not sure why they put that there. Section 3, and be it further enacted that any person who shall knowingly use any certificate of naturalization, which what that means actually is that those people that have uh hustled the system or should go to jail for 5 years, yes or no?
Yeah.
And be it further enacted that any person who shall knowingly use any certificate of naturalization heretofore granted by any court, or which shall hereafter be granted, which has been or shall be procured through fraud or by false evidence, or has been or shall be issued by the clerk or any other officer of the court without any appearance in hearing of the applicant in court and without lawful authority, and any person who shall falsely represent himself to be a citizen of the United States without having been duly admitted to citizenship for any fraudulent purpose whatever shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof, in due course of law, shall be sentenced to pay fine of not exceeding $1,000 or be imprisoned not exceeding 2 years, either or both, in the discretion of the court taking cognizance of the same. That's the language of a legislative act. And be it further enacted that the naturalization laws are hereby extended to aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. That's what I was looking for. So the section 7 is specific towards you. And be it further enacted that the naturalization laws are hereby extended to aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. It doesn't say nothing about no one else. In fact, it excludes all non-whites, yes or no?
Yeah.
So how is it that in today's society, a foreigner can obtain birthright citizenship? Tell me, does that make sense? Or does it not make sense? Yes or no?
It don't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
That's what Trump's arguing.
Yeah.
That's what Trump's argument is. It's like, man, this doesn't make any sense. This is for only the Africans, not any other non-white. And sorry, but Mexicans fall under the category of non-white. Asians do too. Everyone do. All right. So it was approved July 14, 1870. 1871 cartoon, the Chinese question. So there was a Chinese question. See, what is it with this? What is it about this whole thing that everyone wanted to rush to get to the Americas, so called, so bad? Because it's the land of milk and honey, and its true organic indigenous name is Morocco. Everyone wanted a piece of Morocco. but the United States got a big piece of the pie as the competent authority or the administrators over this territory in the absence of the Moors. So everyone said, I'm down. What you want me to do? Well, you got to stay quiet. You can't tell the Moors nothing about this. Everyone, hush, hush. Don't tell the Moors, because if you tell the Moors, we're losing it all. So if you want to maintain this thing, you got to keep it from the Moors. Okay, got you. And everyone acquiesced to that directive. We were excommunicated the same way AMPAC 2.0 excommunicated us. You see how this thing transpires? I'm telling you that that dude is a fed. It is so clear the more you look into these things, because it lines up with these federal operations, governmental federal United States colonial operations. It all lines up. Don't turn a blind eye. Let me look something up real quick to go along with this discussion. 14th Amendment. We're looking for language. Or is it right here? Because we want to look, let's examine some specific verbiage. Um, oh, there, right there, right there, in the very first paragraph. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Period. And now this is what people are giving backlash to Trump for, because it says all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. So then it looks like what? They need to amend and rewrite the way they wrote it, because again, I'm just going along with the teachings or with the information that's been presented. That's already out there. I didn't write any of this. And as far as what they said, the 14th Amendment, as far as they said, it was for African Americans. That's who it's for. So then, why in it does it say all persons?
Mm. Mm.
You see the confusion that it causes?
Yeah, double talk.
It should say all persons of African descent, born or naturalized in the United States, not just all persons, because then it looks like the non-white, right? Remember, it says non-white. Oh, my bad. Where is no? That's the it was the Naturalization Act that says non-white immigrants. It's the Naturalization Act of non-white that talks about the non-white immigrants. But nonetheless, the 14th Amendment still is limited for was enacted for African Americans. But then over here in the 14th Amendment, it says all persons. So then if the legislative act itself, the 14th Amendment says all persons, then that means all persons. So as long as you are born in the United States, you automatically enjoy birthright citizenship, because it says, again, it says all persons, even though it's for African Americans only. Now, that could also be a way to give away your so-called rights to others. So it's for you, but it's for everyone else as well. See, nothing can be exclusively yours, Moors, other than the projects. Or the project, and that ain't even exclusively yours, because I see white people in projects. But we already know that the predominant group of people in the projects, in the hoods, in the ghettos are black people. But some people, by default, end up in those circumstances as well. It's no different than the drug epidemic was specifically for black people. but a lot of others were injured as what you call that uh casualties of war. A lot of people caught stray shots, white people including. But that wasn't for you. It was for us. The drugs was like any and all things that specifically for us bleeds over to everyone else because we are the foundation. Islam.
Islam.
Continuing on. So you have the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924. In 1924, Congress, uh, what does that say? Regularized.
Regularized.
Regularized the U.S. citizenship status of all Native Americans by birthright. All other persons born within the United States had gained citizenship with the 14th Amendment, but not Native Americans, whose citizenship status had been allocated irregularly depending on descent, gender, and marital status, and status to their tribal nations. Who are the Native Americans? What makes them? No, that's not the right question. What makes them Native Americans?
Well, the way I can answer that is when they really say Native Americans, they really talking about the Moors because a lot of times when they say Native Americans, people think Indians, but this is not India, So that's a nom to give name right there. So you know, I think they
Well,
refer.
go ahead. Finish.
No, I think they're referring to Moors when they say that.
Okay. Um, how did the United States address us in the 1913 correspondence between France, the French government, and the United States? How did they address us? Identify us?
I believe
They
it's
identify us
Indians.
by subjects.
Indians.
No, no.
No.
They identified us as native Moors,
Oh, Native
not,
Moors.
not
Yeah,
Native Americans.
right.
So those people, those $5 Indians, are Native Americans.
Right.
But why is it that they are Native Americans? Is the question. What are they? Okay, let me ask this. What are they native to? They say that it's America. We
They're
know it's
native to
America.
this land, and they actually are native to this land. They use the $5 Indians to how you said change the whole narrative to call us Indians, I believe. Uh,
Well, in 1861, they changed. They corrupted the word Moorish to now mean Indian.
right,
You're
right.
not. You're not following along with my direction. So let me just say it.
Okay.
America is a foreign jurisdiction, and fiction, a foreign jurisdiction that's not indigenous to this land. Do we agree?
Right,
So then that means that those who claim to be Native Americans are also claiming a jurisdiction that doesn't exist. Am I right or wrong?
right,
So
right,
let them be Native Americans. That's exactly what they are.
right.
That's my
Okay.
point. Because we're Native Moroccans,
Right,
and Morocco exists.
right,
It's a real jurisdiction. It's the indigenous organic jurisdiction. Whereas
right.
America is the artificial grass that sits over the organic grass. So you're the native of something that's artificial, whereas we are native to something that's organic. Make sense?
Yes,
That's the
yes,
point
it
that I'm
does.
making.
Yes, okay.
So then let's look at this foolishness.
Repatriation.
Native nations have never given up their inherent sovereignty over their cultural heritage. Somebody read that the top portion for me, please.
Repatriation.
No, that starting here. The
Oh,
looting.
okay. The looting and trafficking of native ancestors and their burial belongings from their resting places, and the illicit trading of collecting of sacred objects and cultural heritage is an abuse of indigenous human rights recognized by Article 11 and 12 of the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. We have built a national and international effort assisting Native nations and indigenous peoples in the United States with domestic and international repatriations. As experts in repatriation, we can help we can help individuals, Native nations, collectors, museums, and actions houses protect Native cultural heritage.
Pause right there. Oh, okay. So are you saying that if we reach out to you, you would help us? Probably not, because the chiefs of all those tribes know good and damn well who are the true indigenous people here. So now you're here invoking Article 11 and 12 of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But you're not indigenous, sir, ma'am, y'all, Indians. This ain't India. Everyone, this is why it's so dangerous that the Moroccan nationality is obsolete and without effect. Because in that status, everyone is making a claim on your stuff, Morris, while you're celebrating the Knicks championship. That was rigged, by the way. They're all rigged. I mean, these native, what they call themselves, native New Yorkers, they're the five borough guys. They themselves don't even know that the word Knicks come from an indigenous tribe in New York. Did any of you even know that?
Then
They were called the Knickerbockers or something like that.
Knickerbockers, yeah.
Yeah, they don't even know that. You see, we indulge in tomfoolery, entertainment, circus shows, while everyone else is they're practicing group economics. They try to take your land. Not trying, they have been taking your land and exploiting your resources. And you're just sitting there like, I wish the Lakers would win. I wish the Dallas Cowboys would win. I can't wait for somebody's album to come out. I can't wait to go to the next concert. That's why the Moroccan nationality is obsolete and without effect. That's the reason why our people cannot and will not, under that circumstance, move forward in life, advance in society. They will forever remain under the bootstraps of the foreign colonies. Even these little podcasts, all the rappers are now doing podcasts. It's a damn shame. It's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed of yourself. Podcasts are for the small man. You're supposed to be a millionaire. What you doing podcasts? Oh, you done went broke. So then you go on podcast, you create this podcast, and you're talking about nothing. You got this guy, Jim Jones, from Harlem. From Harlem. And they got a podcast with three other knuckleheads. Mano, Fabulous, and the other guy. And they talk about absolutely nothing. But Jim Jones is from Harlem. Why am I emphasizing the fact that he's from Harlem? Come on, boys. You guys don't know nothing about the Black Liberation
Yeah,
Movement?
the Black Renaissance Liberation Movement.
That's where it comes from. Harlem, Malcolm X, and all that. The New York is where the 5% nation comes from.
The
The
law
nation is about
school.
God's and earth. Huh?
The law school.
And they don't talk about nothing relevant to that. Could you imagine if you gave Huey P. Newton, maybe not him because he was suspect, Fred Hampton and some of those guys, Mumia Abu-Jamal, Mutulu Shakur, and all those guys in the past, in the 60s and the 70s. Could you imagine giving them a platform where they can speak to the population, to the world? Could you imagine the content, the subject matter would be about liberation? It would be about the next steps. It would be about what we need to do as a people. Instead, fast forward to today's generation, and this is Generation X, who's supposed to be those who carry on the works of the baby boomers who were the Black Panthers and the freedom fighters. And you want to ask me, why is it that we are still in this situation? That's your answer. Your entertainers, your Lena Horns of the world. Isn't that what Malcolm X was saying to us back in the 60s? Malcolm X was like a prophet. It's all of what he said and stood on then still stands today, including people like Jermaine, the Democratic voter. He's a Democrat. Well, no, well, Malcolm said that, hey, if you still vote Democrat, you're a traitor to your people. Well, Jay already proved that he's a traitor to the people. Where is the responsibility of our people in the progress of our people as it relates to the upliftment of our people and those who have the resources and the influence to assist in that matter? So while you on your podcast talking about nothing, the championship, you got these fake Native American and so-called indigenous whatevers claiming your territory, claiming your status. Does everyone understand what it is that I'm saying here with a heavy heart? I'm saying all this with a heavy heart. Is anyone there with me?
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So what does repatriation mean? Read that for me.
Repatriation. Repatriation is the return of indigenous ancestral remains, their burial belongings, and sacred and cultural objects back to their original nations and lineal descendants. All of these types of tangible cultural heritage belong to native nations and are the national patrimony of those nations. There is no individual or entity that has the authority to remove these items from the nation. Only the free, prior, and informed consent from the native nation can transfer ownership of these sensitive items to someone else.
Can I say something to that? Now, look at where we are today when they talk about native nation. Now, when they say that, now the first thing that pop into everybody's head is Indian. And those uh people that are not Moors, like I say, not Moors from this land, because all the stuff from this land is from the Moors. But now when they speak on it, they first they come to their mind is these Indians that look like white folks. You know, now these are the people that's gonna go and grab our Moorish heritage and our Moorish objects and all of that and place them where they want to place them.
That's because, again, you got entertainers making creating podcasts to talk about nothing.
Right. Exactly.
So then the question in this read is, because they kept saying it, Native nations, Native nations, Native nations. Who is the Native nation, though? The Moorish Empire, Moors.
Exactly.
Right or wrong?
You're right. Right. Said it earlier.
So all what they, this entire, this is their own interpretation of the definition, by the way. That entire definition belongs to us.
Yep.
But since we're playing these Negro games, these F-A-N, fan games, I'm a Jay-Z fan. I'm a basketball fan. I'm a football fan. I'm a Holly Berry fan. I'm a, right? Hollywood fan. I want to be a Hollywood actor and actress. I want to be a rapper. I want to be, huh.
Yep.
While we're doing that, this was what's going on behind the scenes with your own resources, land and resources and status, which perpetually keeps you in the begging position, in the subordinate position. Whereas in all actuality, you are the competent authority. This is very sad. Okay, repatriation. Where is it? Oh, 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 what happened to it? I had something on repatriation. Well, I must have closed it out or something. What'd I do? Let's just look at repatriation real quick. Because we talked in length about naturalization. Let's just look at the meaning of it, which is essentially similar to the one we just read. Read that for me. What does that say?
Repatriation is the act of returning a person's asset, items, or currency to its country of origin, citizenship, or rightful owner. It broadly spans across international relations, human resources, finance, and cultural heritage, adapting its specific meaning depending on the context.
That's what repatriation is, the act of returning a person asset. So when the Moors repatriate under Article 15 of the Treaty of Madrid and choose the entire submission, what comes along, what comes with them? What can they bring along with them? Their assets, their houses, whatever. Currency or currency to its country of origin. What's the country of origin? Morocco. Everything needs to be brought back to the country of origin. But it cannot happen without you, without the individual. It starts with the individual, and the assets and everything else comes after. Okay. Just a quick definition on that. But let's look at this ChatGPT conversation. I told ChatGPT, tell me about naturalization versus repatriation and offer primary sources. Simple question. Mind you, I have a backstory already. So it's not, I don't know nothing and I'm just asking. No, I know something and I'm asking. That's how you use ChatGPT. Go ahead and read that for me, good brother.
Naturalization and repatriation are both methods by which a person acquires or reacquires nationality, citizenship, but they are legally distinct concepts. Naturalization. Naturalization is the process by which a person who was not previously a citizen, national of a state acquires the nationality after birth. Under U.S. laws, that the definition is the quote, the term naturalization means the conferring of nationality of a state upon a person after birth by any means whatsoever. Example, a permanent resident of the United States becomes a U.S. citizen through the USCIS naturalization process. An immigrant to France acquires French nationality after meeting residency and legal requirements. Key features.
Okay. Hold on. Pause right there for a second. Okay. So naturalization is the process by which a person who was not previously a citizen or national of a state acquires that nationality after birth, i.e., birthright citizenship. But it ain't always just after birth. What's another way to acquire naturalization or the American nationality by way of naturalization? What's the other way of accomplishing that?
Marrying.
Colonization.
Marrying is one. No, not colonization, bro. No, not at all. It's already a mechanism. Think about it. Okay, so either you're born here or you're not. If you're not born here, then what's the only other way for you to become an American? Come on, bro,
Applying
use
to
your
be a
head.
citizen.
Applying for
Thank you.
citizenship.
Citizenship, yeah.
Right. Simple as that. You just come over here and you apply, you become a national. First, you got to be a citizen, a green card holder, and then you become a U.S. citizen after you submit the application and pass the test and pay your $3,000 fee or whatever the case might be. Right. So it's not just only through birth. Under U.S. law, the statutory definition is the term naturalization. Again, this is U.S. definition. Means the conferring of nationality of a state upon a person after birth by any means whatsoever. But it's not, and you see, this is based on the birthright citizenship, yet they have an immigrations department that circumvents birthright. I'm not saying this out of theory. I'm speaking of this by experience. I know. Didn't J Bay alert you all to the fact and truth that I'm Panamanian? Mm-hmm. As if I didn't already do so. The foolishness of this clown. Anyway, but I never achieved citizenship. Because in my journey as a Moorish American, I'm like, oh man, learn about the citizenship and all that stuff. And it's like, nah, let me stay away from that, right? But I have had my brother right before he passed away, God bless the dead. He had just acquired his citizenship and he was so happy. He was a green card holder for like 20 years and then he finally got his green card. I mean, his citizenship. So I know this by experience. Example, a permanent resident of the United States becomes a U.S. See, there you go. But see, that's not based in birthright. A permanent resident of the United States becomes a U.S. citizen through the USCIS naturalization process. That has nothing to do with birthright. But perhaps, or birth, I should say, or perhaps that's what it meant by it says by any when it says by any means whatsoever. So the other means other than birth would be a permanent resident. The other example is an immigrant to France acquires French nationality after meeting residency and legal requirements. An immigrant to France, right? So if an American, a white dude from Alabama, wants to move to France and live in France, you would have to go through the French nationality. You would acquire his French nationality after meeting residency and legal requirements. Every country has legal requirements for you to obtain their nationality. Key features. The person is acquiring a nationality they did not previously possess. That's naturalization. The key feature is the person is acquiring a nationality they did not previously possess. Did Jared Scott previously possess U.S. citizenship?
No.
Mm.
Nope.
Who else represents Dred Scott? Who does Dred Scott represent as one figurehead? Who does he represent?
So-called African Americans.
Period. Period. So, the so-called African American is the person who is acquiring a nationality that they did not previously possess. Because previously to that, what was the nationality that they did possess?
Moroccan.
There you go. That's simple. Nothing too complicated. Repatriation. Go ahead, brother. Read that for me.
Repatriation. Oh, go ahead, my brother.
Well, repatriation in nationality law generally means the restoration or resumption of a nationality previously possessed.
Restoration. What was the original AMPAC Constitution name? Does anyone recall? Not AMPAC 2.0 and their seditious, treasonous clown show with Jay Bay over there. I'm talking, I mean, that dude is something else. No, I'm talking about the original under Dawood, David Taylor.
Was it the law of restoration?
That's correct. And for our Constitution, I changed it to what? You recall?
Law Sankofa.
That's correct. That's the history. That's how deep I'm entrenched in this movement now. So that's what it was called, the law of restoration. So repatriation is in nationality law generally means the restoration or resumption of a nationality previously possessed. So what was the nationality that was previously possessed, Morris?
Moroccan.
Mm-hmm. So it has fell into a status of obsolete and without effect, correct? So
Right.
then that means that we have to do what?
Repatriate and
Nope, I
restore it.
highlighted it. Restore.
Restore it.
It's a restoration. So we're technically and literally undergoing the restoration of the Moroccan, the original, true and original. I have to make that distinction because the new Moroccan nationality is not the true and ancient and original nationality or the people that carries that nationality. Let me show you who I'm talking about real quick. And we've done this before. Moroccan people. Y'all remember this? And it's interesting that they got black on there. A black Moroccan man, vintage art from 1913. Moroccan mulatto is what they call him. Y'all remember this page? The Riff Pirates. These are the Moroccans. Pirates, Riff Pirates in Morocco. Circa 1850. This is not 17, 16, 15, 1400s. This is 1800s. Look at this, 1873. The slave for sale. So this Moorish woman has this pale lady as a slave for sale. This is 1873, when we're supposed to be in chains and in slavery and all this foolishness. Portrait of a girl, Morocco, 1860. This is what the true Moroccans look like, damn it. Moroccan girl, Jean Leon Jerome, 1824 to 1904. She looks like your auntie, Rashid. And I don't even know what your auntie looked like, but she looked like she would be your auntie.
Nah, the one above her looked like my auntie though. For real, I was just thinking of yeah, my auntie. God bless the dead. She passed away. She looked like her.
Mm-hmm. Look at it right here. It looked like your uncle. Portrait of Moroccans by Spanish artist Jose Tapiro Ibarro, 1830 to 1913. Look at that. These are the Moors, man. This is what the Moroccans look like. Prisoners Moroccans. Moroccans, the way that's spelled, that's the French version. Prisoners Moroccans, 1875. So you got this Moor who got this man over here in shackles as a prisoner, 1875. That's what Moroccans look like. So then that means that the restoration means that that nationality got to be once again represented by these people all over again. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yes.
It's
That's the nationality. That's the true indigenous, original, ancient Moroccans, not this is what you see. Anyone know French Montana?
yes, sir.
Yeah,
That what you see. These types. These types. Right? Them they look like Drake nowadays. Right? These types. That's what they look like now. Why do they look like that now?
they bred with the Europeans.
No, because you started listening to James Brown and became proud to be black. So everyone else said,
Black.
okay, I got great eyes. I'll just be the Moroccan. It's not what a Moroccan look like.
They took our name because we didn't want it.
You ain't want it. But the Indians are doing the same thing, aren't they?
Yeah.
They took your name and they taking your land
Mm-hmm.
or trying to.
They doing it. And they getting paid too.
Continue, brother.
Historically,
Proceed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
historically, U.S. law even recognized certificates of naturalization or repatriation for persons who resume U.S. citizenship after having lost it. Examples: a former citizen who renounced citizenship and later regains it under national law. An ethnic diaspora population returning to its ancestral state and being restored to citizenship.
Stop right there. Read that again.
An ethnic diaspora population returning to its ancestral state and being restored to citizenship.
Read it again.
An ethnic diaspora population returning to its ancestral state and being restored to citizenship.
Period. Don't they say that we represent the ethnic diaspora or the African diaspora? Yes or no?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
And aren't we seeking to return to our ancestral state and restore our nationality?
Indeed.
There you go.
Islam.
You may continue, brother.
A person whose citizenship was involuntarily lost under prior laws and later restored. Key feature: the person is returning to a nationality they had before rather than acquiring it for the first time.
There you go. Any subject of Morocco. Let's go to it. The expatriation document again, Hoffman Phillip. You just read it, brother. Malike. Again, he said, citizenship in Morocco may be said to be governed by the laws pertaining to the same in other countries, with the exception that all persons residing in Morocco who cannot prove foreign citizenship or protection are considered ipso jure Moorish subjects. Moorish subjects lost their nationality only by becoming naturalized. Excuse me. So, again, I'm back over here. Naturalization Act of 1870. The Naturalization Act of 1870 explicitly extended naturalization rights to all aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. Is that what I just read? Okay.
Yep.
Moorish subjects lost their nationality. Hold on. Computer dying. Let me plug it up. Y'all seen it went, y'all saw it went dim, didn't you? Okay, it's back bright again. Moorish subjects lost their nationality only by becoming naturalized in or protected by protection. Remember, I told you protections. Another country having treaty relations with the Moorish Empire. Does the United States not have treaty relations with the Moorish Empire?
Yes, we do.
So the Moorish subjects lost their nationality only. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Only by becoming naturalized in another country, having treaty relations with the Moorish Empire. So that's how we lost our nationality, was by becoming naturalized. Okay. Well, then how do you regain the nationality? A person is returning to a nationality they had before. Key features, key features for what? Repatriation, right? So the key features for naturalization is the person is acquiring a nationality they did not previously possess. Okay, coming back over here, Moorish subjects lost their nationality only by becoming naturalized. So you was a Moorish subject or a Moroccan, you became naturalized and you lost your nationality. So then that's what the key feature is for naturalization. The person is acquiring a nationality they did not previously possess, like Dred Scott, who never was a U.S. citizen, i.e., he never had an American nationality. Repatriation and its key features. What is the key feature to repatriation? The person is returning to a nationality they had before rather than acquiring it for the first time. Okay? So then now, what are we talking about? We're talking about Article 15. So he says, it was established by the Convention of Madrid concluded July 3rd, 1880 as follows. Any subject of Morocco who has been naturalized, and as a matter of fact, let's go with we'll go further. Let's go further and then I'll show you something. So then comparison, naturalization, first acquisition of nationality after birth. Repatriation, restoration of a previously held nationality. Naturalization, applicant was not previously a citizen, so you got to apply. Repatriation, applicant was formerly a citizen. So when you apply back to the Empire of Morocco to repatriate, it's because he was already formerly a citizen. Y'all follow?
Sir.
Naturalization, common for immigrants. Repatriation, common for former citizens or diaspora population. So it's common for diaspora populations. Why? Because that means that they were brought into a separate jurisdiction. That's what made it the diaspora. They're in a separate jurisdiction other than their own. So the restoration is based on the repatriation to restore the nationality that they previously had. Naturalization creates a new legal bond. So when you became an American, a Black American, African American, you created a new legal bond. A new legal bond was created with the United States. your stepmother. Repatriation restores a prior legal bond. Your prior legal bond was with who? Morocco, right or wrong? Go ahead and read international law context, good brother.
International law does not impose a single universal definition of repatriation, but the concept is commonly associated with the return of persons to their country of nationality and in citizenship matters. Restoration of a former nationality. Naturalization is recognized internationally as one of the principal methods of acquiring nationality after birth.
Well, you can end right there. Everything else here now is just the primary sources from where the information was drawn. I asked it to give me the primary sources. So then let's go here. Now tell me about repatriation for the Moors per Article 15 of the Treaty of Madrid, 1880. Now, I want y'all to read this tomfoolery or listen to what's about to be read. Go ahead, brother.
Article 15 of the Madrid Convention of 1880, often called the Treaty of Madrid, is frequently cited in discussions about Moroccan nationality, expatriation, and claims concerning repatriation of descendants of Moroccan subjects. The actual text states, quote, any subject of Morocco who has been naturalized in a foreign country and who shall return to Morocco shall choose between entire submission to the laws of the empire and the obligation to quit Morocco, unless it shall be proved that his naturalization in a foreign country was obtained with the consent of the government of Morocco, unquote.
So pause right there, real quick. So we just finished establishing or in understanding and learning that naturalization means that you took up a nationality that you did not have previously, correct? That you didn't previously have, correct?
All right.
Okay, and then we also determined that under the 14th Amendment and specifically the Naturalization Act of 1870, the Moors became naturalized as blacks in America, correct?
Right.
Okay. So then the Treaty of Madrid comes out in 1880. 14th Amendment, 1868. The Treaty of Madrid, the 14th Amendment, 1868. Go back to the timeline. 14th Amendment, 1868. Naturalization Act, 1870. Then right now we're reading what? A treaty that came out 10 years later, which is 1880. Talking about the naturalization of the Moors. And who shall return back to Morocco. Return to restore, repatriate, and restore your original nationality. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. Pause right there for a
So,
second and let's continue reading. Go ahead and read further. What does it say? It further provides what? This now they're going into paragraph 2.
Well, foreign naturalization heretofore acquired by subjects of Morocco, according to the rules established by the laws of each country, shall be continued to them as regards all its effects without any restriction, unquote.
Period. Period. So foreign naturalization heretofore acquired. So from here on out, as you go forward, as you maintain your newly acquired nationality as a naturalized person, the laws of that country, whichever country it is that you reside in, shall apply to you without any restrictions. Okay, continue reading. Now look at what. Now let's look at the tomfoolery. I'm listening. Go ahead, bro.
What Article 15 actually did. Article 15 was not a repatriation statute in the modern sense. Rather, it addressed the status of Moroccan subjects who had acquired foreign nationality and then returned to Morocco. The provision recognized that Moroccan subjects could become naturalized abroad and acknowledge the legal effects of that foreign naturalization. The key legal issue at the time was the conflict between Morocco's claim over its subjects, foreign powers granting nationality or protection to Moroccans, and jurisdiction over those persons once they return to Morocco.
So pause right there. So you see foreign powers granting nationality or protection to Moroccans. But how does that happen? Okay. You see this word? You see this word here?
Applicant?
Huh?
Yes, sir.
What does the word say?
Applicant?
Okay. Applicant was not previously a citizen who became naturalized. Okay. So then what does that mean? Does that mean then that foreign powers granting nationality or protections to Moroccans means that those Moroccans had to do what? Apply? Oh. So did the Moors apply? And if so, at what point? Because it had to have happened long before or at some point before 1880. So then the question is, was it voluntary or involuntary, meaning by force? Was it voluntary or was it by force? Were we forced into naturalization or did
Yeah,
we voluntarily apply to become naturalized?
it was forced.
Forced.
Nah, voluntary.
Forced.
Involuntary by force.
I don't know. I cannot answer that question confidently, yay or nay, or either way.
It's like it's Kanye. We acquiesced. You know,
At the end of the day, that's what we did. We acquiesced. So then if we acquiesce, then that comes by way of voluntary, not forced, is it?
I said voluntary. Yeah,
It seems voluntary to me.
yeah.
Okay. Now it goes on to say how some Moorish organizations interpret Article 15. I don't know what all Moorish organizations they're talking about. Certain modern Moorish groups argue that Article 15 recognized a class of subjects of Morocco living abroad, acknowledged that those subjects could return to Morocco, preserved a legal pathway for restoring allegiance to the Moroccan Empire. They got to be talking about us. Under this interpretation, repatriation means returning to the political status of Moroccan subject and resuming alliance or allegiance to the Moroccan sovereign. You see that? So what they're saying is these particular groups or this group or whoever, this is their interpretation. One, recognized as a class of subjects of Morocco living abroad. We are living abroad. Well, not those who have repatriated, but if you're a Moorish subject, if you're a black man, you live abroad. How is it that you live abroad?
They've been naturalized in a foreign, by a foreign country.
Yeah,
And
but
they fall under.
yeah, but um, so let's say I don't know, let's say France. France colonized Haiti, correct? So, but France is in Europe, Haiti is in the islands. So, technically speaking, you would think in your head that that's abroad because it's crossing borders. You follow?
Right? Yes, sir.
Well, the United States is in the same jurisdiction as us, the same territory, I should say, not the same jurisdiction, the same territory. So then, how is it that we are abroad? That's the basis of the question. How is it that we're abroad? We're living abroad.
We're not abroad.
Separate jurisdictions.
We are abroad.
How?
That's why I pointed out. That's why I gave the French Haitian example. You're saying we're not abroad because you're thinking that the United States is right here with us and they're not across seas somewhere. The reason why we are abroad is because it's a foreign jurisdiction regardless. You see? It's a foreign jurisdiction. So it doesn't matter if France is in Europe while Haiti is in the islands, it's still two separate jurisdictions. If France was residing and operating in Haiti, they would still be abroad because it's a separate jurisdiction. You follow what I'm saying? It's a separate jurisdiction. You got the
Yes,
Moroccan
yes.
jurisdiction and then you got the American jurisdiction. Therefore, that's what makes them foreigners, and they are abroad, and we are foreigners to them, and we are also abroad. You follow? Even though we
Yes.
might live in the same territory, we're still abroad because we're separate jurisdictions. So we're not subject to their jurisdiction. We live in our own jurisdiction. So therefore we're abroad. Islam? Okay. Where was I? Okay, yeah. So acknowledges that those subjects could return to Morocco, preserve their legal pathway for restoring allegiance to the Moroccan Empire. Under this interpretation, repatriation means returning to the political status of a Moroccan subject and resuming allegiance to the Moroccan sovereign. So, how is it that ChatGPT going to be able to convince me that that's not repatriation? Because it just said that it's not that article is not based on repatriation, didn't it? It said it up here. Where does it say it at?
Right there, Article
Article
15 was not a
15 was not a
repatriation statute.
repatriation statute in the modern sense. See the foolishness? Continue reading though. What the historical records support. Let's see what it says.
Historically, Article 15 applies to a person who was already a subject of Morocco, who later became naturalized in another country, who then returned to Morocco.
Okay,
The
pause
text,
right there. Pause right there. So that what that is that's true. It extends though. Um, let's look at the current shenanigans from William O'Neill, aka Jermaine. It's a perfect example of this situation here that's being explained about a person who was already a subject of Morocco, who later became naturalized in another country, who then returned to Morocco. What does that sound like? Back and forth, flipping back and forth, doesn't it?
right?
Okay, so one moment you say they have no jurisdiction. We must choose the entire submission, and we have done so by way of reinstating the empire. But yet you turn around and you go back to them to use their tribunals and their courts, even though you say that they don't have no jurisdiction. Even though you say we must choose the entire submission. Oh, so you're a hypocrite. You're an absolute hypocrite. So therefore, in that time, Article 15, that law in that time period was for Negroes like Jermaine. He can't stay away from his daddy and his mama, Trump and the United States. Or whoever the president could be, it doesn't matter. It's not about the personality. It's about the office. It's just that Trump currently holds the office. So he's doing exactly what. See, he's not solid. He's not a straight shooter. He's not a solid individual. He's a flip-flopper. Next time I see him, I don't want to see him in no other shoes than flip-flops. The ones with the thongs on it between your toes. He wear flip-flops. He's a flip-flopper. One moment is all about Morocco, and then the next moment is the United States, and it's back to Morocco, and then it's back. Make up your mind, sir. Is it the entire submission or is it not? Flip-flopping. And that's part of the reason why Article 15 came out. And that's why Sultan had to say, well, enough is enough with all this flip-flopping. Any subject of Morocco who has been naturalized in a foreign country must choose the entire submission. He got tired of it and said, you must choose the entire submission or don't do it at all. Y'all follow what I'm saying? That's part of what was going on too. There was a lot of back and forth flip flopping. One moment you with the colonists, the next moment you with the Moors. The next moment you with the colonists, the next day you with the next time, the next moment whenever you mad or whatever you you're with the Moors. That's what Jermaine did. One moment he's with the colonists, next moment but he's always with the colonists because he's a Fed. He will always perpetually be with the colonists. He's conducting a controlled operation opposition where
Hey,
he's stalling the Moors out. He is stalling everything out. It is June. I'm
On the
waiting to
previous.
see. Hold on, let me finish. It is June. I'm waiting to see if we're gonna petition the ICJ. He said we'll do it in June. Okay, it's June. It's June. It's June, sir. Let's get with it. Go ahead, brother. Somebody had a point of interest?
Didn't he glorify Barack Obama? And Barack
He
Obama
always
Kenyan.
glorifies Barack Obama.
He Kenyan. So what? Him calling you saying you Panamanian? Like what kind of hypocritical
That's
stuff is that?
well, I just told you that he was a hypocrite. That's right along that's right up his alley. That's right along the lines of his personality traits. That's why he likes Obama. He himself is a hypocrite. So is Obama. They're both fork-tonguing snake oil salesmen with a crooked smile and a silver fork tongue. They're one and the same. That's why he glorifies Obama so much. Loves that dude.
The
Whereas I
man
can't
love
stand that dude. Like Obama is the worst thing on planet Earth. He's the
man
worst to me.
love.
Especially for what he did, what he didn't do for the Moors. And instead, he spent all his efforts on the LGBTQ community. Like, really? So
The
now
transparent.
Dwayne Wade has a son. I'm not even gonna go there with it. It's just it's inhumane. It's very inhumane for you to nip and tuck a child. It's inhumane for you to nip and tuck a child under the guise that since he was 3 years old, he's always thought that he was a girl. At 3 years old, Dwayne Wade, that's the Obama effect. And it makes sense for J Bay. At any rate, modern legal status. Go ahead, bro. Continue.
The U.S. Treaty compilation maintained by the Library of Congress notes that Article 15 concerning Moroccan nationality is considered obsolete and without effect.
Uh-huh.
That
The
means
U.S. Treaty compilation maintained by the Library of Congress notes that Article 15 concerning Moroccan nationality is considered, say it again.
obsolete and without effect.
Uh-huh. So now, since your nationality has been considered obsolete and without effect, there goes the Native American $5 Indians trying to take over your land, territory, resources under the UN resolution. I mean, not resolution, but UN rights of indigenous people. And then had the nerve to say that we're going to help everyone who wants to do the same. Like, really? the,
Right.
the
Like this,
nerves of the people.
you ain't supposed to hate, but I got hate for colonizers.
Well, you can't hate. You got to love. Continue, brother. That means modern nationality. Continue.
That means modern nationality questions are generally governed by contemporary Moroccan nationality law rather than the 1880 framework.
No. No. Why? No. Someone want to take a shot at it? Let me read it again. That means, well, um, actually, yes. Yes, actually, that is what. My apologies. I had to rethink the context and the concept of what's being stated here. Let's unpack it. So they have determined that the Moroccan nationality is considered obsolete and without effect because it's considered to be obsolete and without effect. Now listen, because this is what I was breaking down, and I don't understand why William O'Neill, aka Jermaine, wouldn't do so. Which again, red flag to me. Let me unpack it. Let me land the plane. So, being that the nationality is considered obsolete and without effect, that means modern nationality questions are generally governed by contemporary Moroccan nationality law rather than the 1880 framework. Did y'all catch that? In other
Mhm.
words, since you're true indigenous, ancient indigenous, original nationality is without effect and obsolete, and you don't have a partially, part of it is also because you ain't got no daggone government. That means that the Kingdom of Morocco, who's operating under the contemporary Moroccan nationality laws, takes over. You follow?
Yes.
That's what that means. That means that's what it's saying. That means modern nationality questions are generally governed by contemporary Moroccan nationality law rather than the 1880 framework. So, in other words, it's saying that the 1880 framework is totally Article 15 is just totally out of the picture because now what you have to adhere to are the contemporary laws that was established by the Kingdom of Morocco. You see? Do you see?
Mm-hmm.
No, this is for the whole floor. I need to know because I need to see if I need to reword this thing. I need the more to catch on to this. So do we all does this make sense or do I need to reframe what I'm saying here?
This makes sense, right, Morris?
Yes.
Oh man. And I get some participation, a little better participation.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be reiterated.
Makes plenty sense to
Well,
me.
then say that. Don't just stay quiet. Say reiterate. Reiterate it. Okay. So obsolete. So he would teach a class. He taught a class about obsolete versus absolute.
Mm-hmm.
So your nationality being obsolete, the opposite of obsolete is absolute. But the whole class, which was 3 hours or so, he never focused. He totally ignored and disregarded the part where it says without effect. You only talk about the obsolete part, but you don't talk about the effect part. And I asked him, what's up? I asked him, why was that? What's up with that? And he forked on some nonsense. And I was like, oh, okay. But it still didn't sit well, whatever he said. I don't recall what he said. Because the effect part, with or without effect part, is very important because the effect part is what allows you to enforce the laws. Are y'all following me so far? Right?
Sir.
So your nationality has to be brought to a status of absolute versus obsolete, which then allows your laws to be in full effect. It allows you as a Sharifian authority to uh, invoke the treaty framework of 1880. You follow?
Yes.
Sir.
Son.
Okay? So if your nationality becomes obsolete and therefore it has no effect, that literally means then that the 1880 framework has no standing for you. You follow now? Instead, now you got to go through the contemporary Moroccan nationality laws because you don't have the effect to enforce the treaty framework of 1880. So since you don't have the effect because it's obsolete and without effect, now you have to adhere to the Moroccan nationality laws rather than the 1880 framework. Does that
It's
make a little
long.
more sense now?
And now that you're saying that, that's what a lot of these Moors be doing. Now that I'm thinking about it, like I see them, I see her, and there's be some other Moors, and they talk about the empire, but you ain't. But they basing it on a self individual. But they didn't went through the process of someone, then sent documentation to the Kingdom of Morocco, and then did they process, and then they come back to us like, yeah, we Moroccans, and you claim your nationality, trying to get people, to pay for it and all that. It's like
That's
that.
what a lot of the
That's
Moors are doing. That's absolutely
yeah.
correct. They're doing that. I'm glad you said that. But before I continue, I want to know if Belinka and everyone else, does the Valerie, did it become a little bit clearer? Because one of you guys said that I need to reframe it. Did it become a little clearer now?
I
Yes,
would,
sir.
yes. I have a question, point of
Yep,
interest.
yep.
Hold on. Before you answer that question, hold that thought.
Okay, I'll hold on to it. I'll hold on to
Just
it.
hold that question, and it's not going to be long. So what you said is correct, brother. Since that my nationality has become obsolete and without effect, without a government, the Moorish Americans have been doing exactly that. They have been going to the kingdom to adhere to their nationality laws because the framework of the 1880 treaty has no standing because the nationality is obsolete and without effect. No effect to invoke the treaty framework of 1880, Article 15. Sense? Make sense? Am I
Yes,
clear?
sir.
Yes,
In,
makes
in
sense.
Tashariq based voice. Am I clear? Okay,
Yes.
go ahead, sister. What was your question?
Wow.
What was the question, sister?
My question is, I thought treaties was the law of the land, and how could they take the initiative to change something that they have no control over? Is it because we have not done anything? Because,
It's because of us.
yeah,
It's because we allowed the nationality to become obsolete and without effect. And they just basically took advantage of it. They're taking advantage of our ignorance and lack of knowledge of self. All because we love James Brown. We're fans of James Brown. I'm in the home of James Brown. Broad Street, downtown Broad Street, they have a nice little statue, life-size statue of James Brown and a mural and all this stuff. They celebrate him. But he's one of the main reasons why your nationality became obsolete and without effect. Because he had you saying it loud. You're black and you're proud, right or wrong.
you're right.
Mhm. So because of that, it became obsolete and without effect to where now the treaty, 1880 treaty framework has no standing. And now instead you have to go through the Kingdom of Morocco. Except for one thing. What is that? Please give me the answer.
We need to decolonize. We need to come together and unify.
No, 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 no. Yes, but no. Yes, but no.
Okay.
We're in a current position right now.
Reinstatement of
There
the
you
empire.
go. There you go. The empire has been reinstated. The Sultan is back.
Wow.
So that foolishness is notwithstanding, and we no longer have to adhere to no damn Kingdom of Morocco nationality
Fact.
law.
Fact.
That's what I'm saying. Because up until then, there was no Empire of Morocco anyway. So what you gonna do? You had no choice but to go to the kingdom or reinstate the empire. So we chose to reinstate the empire, and by way of that reinstatement, it all goes to hell. Now that foolishness that they tried to do regarding making the nationality obsolete and without effect, or really saying that Article 15 has no standing. That's what they were saying. That Article 15 has no standing. It's obsolete and without effect. They can't use it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a violation of human rights.
Right. I was just about to say that's a war
You ready
crime.
to, I was getting ready to say human
That's
rights.
a war
That's a
crime.
violation of human rights. So, just, well, not only that, but it wasn't the Sultan who brought that mandate because he became a king. So you're not the proper party to uh, give effect or take away the effect of a treaty. You're not that guy no more. You're the kingdom. You're the king now, sir. You're no longer the Sultan. And in the United States, damn sure ain't the Sultan.
Then the way they did it, that was unlawful too.
I was going to say it was unlawful. It's illegal to do that. You just can't.
Well, that's why it wasn't. So then here's the other part that needs to be understood. It was done in part. It wasn't done in whole. Okay, let's go there real quick. That's another important part to recognize. Right here. A U.S. note of March 17, 1959, addressed to the Moroccan Ministry of Foreign Affairs referred to a note from the ministry dated October 8, 1958, in which the embassy had been informed that the Moroccan government had decided to strike all prescriptions. See, that's what they did. They struck all prescriptions relating to Moroccan nationality from the text of the Madrid Convention. You see? And but yet at the same time, you're claiming Moroccan nationality, the foolishness. So you cut off your nose to spite your face. The U.S. note said, in part, the government of the United States of America having unilaterally relinquished certain rights in Morocco with the reemergence. It was not a reemergence. It was not a reemergence. It was a convergence of something. It was a rehauling, but it wasn't a reemergence of Morocco into independence in 1956. Considers that in line with historical developments, Article 15 of the Madrid Convention on Protections of 1880 has become obsolete and without effect. I don't know if DJ Alexander is on, but he called me to ask me where did I get this language, and this is where it's at, bro. Which I had went over it 1,000 times. But it's the footnotes of the Treaty of Madrid, Article 15. So it says, in part, it was done in part. In other words, there is no U.S. laws that came down from Congress that says that Moroccan nationality is obsolete and that Article 15 is to be struck from the record. So it's not even a law. Y'all understand that? It's
Right.
not
It's
even a law.
wrong.
Yes.
It's why it was done in
Hold
part.
on to it.
It
Hold on.
says, and what it said, in part.
Yeah, in part.
That's not a law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the fact still remains, however, that it's obsolete and without effect, and because of the lack of effect that it no longer has, the treaty framework has no standing or
Right.
had no standing. The only way to circumvent that is to reinstate the empire, bring back the sultan, and now it comes back and that uh, prescription remains. But it remains nonetheless. The problem, again, still, the real problem is that there was no empire of Morocco to repatriate to anyway. The only other Morocco that existed was the kingdom. So that's the only other option that you had, other than reinstating the empire. So I don't understand why these Moorish Americans are doing that. This is what I mean. Noble Ali was specific. Chapter 47 was specific. It says Moroccan Empire. It said that the Moors are the founders and true possessors of the Moroccan Empire. It didn't say a daggone thing about no kingdom of Morocco. And it said that the ruler is the Sultan. It didn't say nothing about no daggone kingdom or king of no kingdom. It says nothing about no kingdom. So the Moors are retarded. They're either going with the kingdom or they're going with the United States. And they're just totally disregarding the empire, or at least the attempts to reinstate the empire. That never was considered. That's one of the things that I got to give credit to this dude, but it was a Fed operation anyway, so the credit goes somewhere else. I don't even know where it goes. I don't go nowhere. Who is the Fed?
To go to y'all who upheld honor.
The reinstatement of the empire is what was necessary, not going to the kingdom or going to the United States or establishing some USAR. It's ridiculous. Okay, so that means modern nationality questions are generally governed by contemporary Moroccan nationality law rather than the 1880 framework. So it is a repatriation um, provision. And how do we know that for sure? Hoffman Phillip. So it says, Moorish subjects lost their nationality only by becoming naturalized in or protected by another country, having treaty relations with the Moorish Empire. It was established by the Convention of Madrid, concluded July 3rd, 1880, as follows. And then it goes into it. Any subject of Morocco, right? And then he goes on to say, after quoting the article, he says, the above ruling has never yet been acted upon. In other words, the Moors have not been repatriating. The Moors have not been returning back to Morocco. They have remained in our jurisdiction. Remember, this is, as a reminder, this is Mr. Philip, Hoffman Philip, the Charge d'Affaires, who is reporting to Mr. Root, who is the Secretary of State, which is the foreign minister of the United States, really. They use the term Secretary of State. Other countries use foreign minister or minister of foreign affairs. August 3rd, 1906. So he's reporting back to Mr. Root. Because remember what he said. There are, however, numerous treaties and conventions between the various Christian countries and the Moorish Empire, by means of which citizenship in this country is defined. But as I understand from the above acknowledged instructions that it is not the desire of the department to call for a report upon such lines, I will therefore confine these remarks to general conditions existence. He's going to confine his remarks. So he's trying not to say too much. So again, he goes on to say that the above ruling has never yet been acted upon, and should this at any time be contemplated seriously, which at this point in time, we are contemplating it seriously. We're not just contemplating it, we're actually doing it. He says the above, and again, the above ruling has never yet been acted upon. And should this at any time be contemplated seriously, a large number of naturalized people, American and others. So naturalized people are the Moors. The Americans, we know who that is, and the others are the non-whites and whoever else. All those people residing in Morocco would be affected thereby. Right? Y'all hear what I just said?
Volume. Speaks
Right.
volume.
Islam.
So now we're adhering to the above ruling, acting upon the above ruling, whereas previously the above ruling was never acted upon because the Moors were playing their Negro, Black, and whatever games, African games. So now we're taking those. Now we're taking Article 15 seriously, and that's our repatriation clause to come back to Morocco. So we haven't been flipping and flopping because we didn't even know the option existed. So we haven't been flipping and flopping. The only person in recent history that's been flipping and flopping is Jermaine Diaz Spencer, aka William O'Neill, the Fed, who got Fred Hampton killed with his involvement with the Feds. In case no one knows who William O'Neill is, this is why I'm calling him William O'Neill. He is the only one in our short little history that's been flipping and flopping back and forth. The same shit from back in the days why they had to enact Article 15 of the Treaty of Madrid to tell the Moors, you must choose the entire submission. I'm tired of all this back and forth. That's the Sultan talking back then, and this is me, the Sultan, talking right now to you, Jay. And all of y'all. I don't care nothing about no wins that you so-called got over there, sir. You're a Fed. Of course you're going to get a win. And I'm not here for little wins in courts, jurisdictional wins. I could care less about that. Where is decolonization? I'm here to decolonize. I'm here to put an end to colonialism and obstructionism, as you would say. But we see that you're the obstructionist. We see that in hindsight, there's been a deflection. You're the Fed. That's why the Feds keep coming to Dre and the CIA keep going to Dre, asking questions about you. And why you would always say to the Moors, oh, the United States is watching me. Of course they're watching you and to make sure that you don't get off the script. Fool. And these are the reasons why we can't rise as a people, because of people like him and the William O'Neills of the world. They always bring people around us that look like us to bring about some form of implosion or self-destruction. But it's a new era of time. And God's will reigns supreme throughout the entire empire. As such, we're under the protections of the Almighty. It's a divine movement first. It's divine first. National second. It took the divine aspect to even come to the knowledge and understanding, the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of what you was missing in your lack of knowledge of self to determine and understand, come to the realization that you are a Moroccan of the Moroccan Empire who has sovereign authority over the oppressors that's been oppressing you. That requires divine intervention. Why is it that only a select few out of 50 million plus people have the eyes to see and the ears to hear this message? Because those eyes and those ears were given to those Moors strictly from Allah. So it's a divine movement first. And this ain't no religious talk, because divine don't mean religion. Divine means spiritual woe. The ethereal alignment of things as it was written and predetermined before we even existed. Therefore, that means that I am just simply a pawn and the chess player is Allah. And you, sir, are due for your wrath. So keep playing your little games. Keep doing your little jokey jokes, your little Saturday Night Live jokey jokes, Cartoon Network shenanigans. Oh, we got to win. Yeah, because you're a Fed. This is part of the game plan. Let them have wins. Didn't they do that with the Moors? With the Moorish Americans, for a long time with the Moorish Americans, they were giving them wins. They were, oh, okay, you're dismissed. They were dismissing cases, and then suddenly they stopped doing it. They started locking people up because what they do is it's a net. They open it up. It's a trap. They open up the trap, let everybody fall in, and then they close it on you. It's all based on a operation. This is all FBI led operations of these little wins to get you to think that you're doing something, and in all actuality, you're being led down the wrong path. And by the way, ain't nothing but criminals over there, so you damn sure need a PO over there. Because ain't nothing but criminals over there. You certainly need a PO over there to protect those criminals, starting with you. Criminal in U.S. jurisdiction and a criminal in Moroccan jurisdiction. Just a criminal all over the place. At any rate, naturalization and repatriation, we must choose wisely. Are you going to remain in paragraph 2? Let's go to the 1880 convention. Are you going to remain in Article 2? What does Article 2 say? Foreign naturalization, heretofore acquired by subjects of Morocco, according to the rules established by the laws of each country, shall be continued to them as regards all its effects without any restrictions. So, as long as you remain in a naturalized status in U.S. jurisdiction, the laws of the United States shall apply to you without any restrictions. That's one choice that you have, to remain in that status as a naturalized black man. The other choice is for you to repatriate, which is then paragraph 1 of the same article. Any subject of Morocco who has been naturalized in a foreign country and who shall return to Morocco shall, after having remained for a length of time equal to that which shall have been regularly necessary for him to obtain such naturalization, choose between the entire submission to the laws of the empire and the obligation to quit Morocco, unless it shall be proved that his naturalization in a foreign country was obtained with the consent of the government of Morocco. You must choose the entire submission. So which one is it, Moors? Which one is it, black man? For you to remain naturalized means that you will remain oppressed to the U.S. corporation, the U.S., Trump and all them. And if that's what you choose to do, then don't complain about the so-called injustice that you may experience, because the laws of the country shall apply to you without any restrictions. Your only other choice, black man, black woman, is to repatriate and restore your ancient nationality as as provided by the definition and the understanding of what repatriation is. It's a restoration of your previous nationality, whereas naturalization is you acquiring a new nationality from your original nationality. So you went from being a Moroccan, right? Where is it at? So you went from being a Moroccan, right? That's your nationality. That's what you look like. To being an American with the Yankee cap on. To repatriate means you're coming back to this. Your garbs, your turban, your fezzes, your pantaloons, etc. Your Moorish garb, your Moorish culture, your Moorish ensemble, your beautiful Moorish ensemble by that, at that. Look at this sister. Look at her. Look at this brother. Look at his ensemble. Look at her. Look at her ensemble. Where do you think they get all that stuff from? So the choice is yours. Naturalization versus repatriation. Any questions, comments, or concerns before we close out?
I do. I want to say thank you I think I learned that I was misinformed because of a lack of knowledge. This class was very educational. I appreciate it. And I want to say thank you. We just need to
Mhm.
move forward. Thank you. I yield.
You're welcome. The pleasure was mine, sister. The point is to be informational, and the attempt is to teach something that you may had not known. And if you already knew it, then we reinforce that knowledge and understanding. But naturalization and repatriation is a very important topic because that topic of discussion, that understanding, does not rest with us as a people. We have no idea about naturalization and repatriation. We're not even aware of the fact that we were naturalized. We don't even know that. Now we know based on this class and previous classes, because it's the first time that I've done this class, but it's a little bit more in depth. Any other questions or comments or concerns? Islam.
Oh,
So the goal, you had something?
no,
Okay.
sir.
So the goal is to restore the Moroccan nationality, whereas to bring it back to its glory days of it being absolute with full effect, to invoke treaty laws and Moroccan laws and international law. As you see on the flag, the top stripe represents what? International law. The bottom stripe represents what? Moroccan law. So in order for us to enforce those two bodies of law, our nationality needs to become, once again, absolute and with full effect. And we'll see decolonization take place shortly thereafter, so long as we remain steadfast under unity, loyalty, conformity, and obedience, absent of the seditious and treasonous activities of William O'Neill J. Bay and Impact 2.0. Peace and love, Moors. May you have an excellent evening. Long live the Empire and His Majesty the Sultan. We'll catch you next week. Islam.
Long live the empire and his
All
majesty
the
the
empire,
Sultan.
majesty,
Islam.
peace and love, Morris.
Right.
Peace and love. Peace and
Sir,
love.
That's
No
right.
distractions.
long live the empire, his master, Sultan.
That's right.
Prime, you still there? Suspect, shooter. Hey, I don't get what you don't get. I said shooter. Get up. Okay, shooters. Stay there, Yas. Stay there. Hey. Yeah. Stay on him. Four high, Ricky. Four high, Ricky. I got it. No, hey, Yas. Go over there. Can they switch? Yeah, switch with Ricky. Be right next to him. No, no, Yas got it. Richie, get big. Get up, get up, get up. Get up. Come on, bitch. Malachi. Hey, watch out. Bible. Still in violation. Ball don't lie. Yes. Okay. For high Ricky. For high Ricky. Get out of here, Yas. Okay, Yas. Stack high. Saku. Stack high. Saku. Stack high. Saku. Stack third first. Stack third first. Hey. Run in. Stack third first. Okay. Run again. Run again. Run again. Run again. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Let me talk, please. When y'all call it's fucked up. But let me talk, please. I got it. One. That's kind of hurts the class. Y'all don't let him catch you. Tail. Busy. Fuck. That's the worst I've ever seen. You got to beat up to the spot. God. No one. No one. He just. Here you go. Guys, real quick. Suspect. Baby flip. Right. I don't know what I just. Listen. Indeed, y'all. Rich defense. No, you know the guy was. Hey, 41 high low. 41 high low. Yeah. Ricky, get low. High low. Post up. Get back. Oh, good man. Fundamental. Hey, what's fundamental? Stop! Stay on me. This is your law. You go get it. Let's go! Let's go! Oh, no, you don't. Give it up, dog. 20 seconds. Yo! Sweet. Yeah. Oh, damn. That was not me. Go, please. Go! Fail this again. Again, you failed us again. I'm worried about it. So they failed us based upon the fact you were supposed to shoot the fucking three and be the first guy back. But you set the three, you talked about, oh my God, put your fucking head up to the air, and the guy ran right past you, you got a fucking layup. That's how you failed your team. Now, what's the new rule for the guy that shoots the three? But you was too busy walking back talking about, oh my God. Can you get back? Because you're too busy worried about your form on your three. You ain't playing no defense. You ain't caught on the defense right here, so y'all have to run out and cover your ass on that. He makes me to your own t-shirt. Like you're going. Work on me, work on 3, 1, 2, 3. Stop, no one. Second. Let me get some of that water. Hey, this is gonna make me smart. Last three. You better keep like that bad. Good, time out. One basket, time out. Time out, left. Get fast down my man. Up in the middle. Look down low. You ain't gonna get in this way of fast down middle. And then rotate back out. Come on, Captain Hat. Let's go. You can do that shit. Which is basic flash down the goddamn lips. Let's go. Oh, you're weird. Hey, redfish, bluefish, looking at boy. Suspect. Got the closest guy to you. Good, nice one. Show, let's switch. Got you. Here we go. Oh, y'all. What did I tell you? You guys dumped it. Say that. Oh, good take, right? Yeah, see you. Yeah. All right. Both. Go, both. Go, Red. Come on, man. What else? Yeah. Hey, damn near nothing, you know. Yeah. Trying to make that close fast. Oh, wait, there's like Billy. It's like Billy, bro. Who? Oh, it's a guy down freaking a boo, bro. Get back. Oh, good code, Liza. That's why you flash. Good code. Elijah. Y'all love me. Oh my God. Yes. Little Ricky. Hey, get busy. Stop. Sorry. Go. Back out. Hey, I like that. I like that. See? Better luck, Rick. Meg, go. Sup? Hit Malachi. Hey, you got to teach me how to go. Why? I'm going to watch. Next time you do, I'm stealing it. Do it again. No. No. Hey, get connected. Knock it down, ball. Got it, Nate. Again. Hey, watch the deep pass. You're good. Just find a square. Hey, last time you get beat, if you too busy worried about the guy ringing ring. You gotta protect. Knock it down, go. Good fight. Go. You gotta make it now. You gotta make it now, bro. Hey, let him concentrate. Good shot. Back, good. Shooter show. Shooter, stay there. The flash show. Tegan. Don't stand. Flash. You working, baby. Who's back? Good, baby. Oh, right up his leg. Uh-huh. You better go. I like that. I like it.